So I'm going to make you host now, and I'm going to leave. All right, you're done. Okay. Sure. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez. Just checking to see if you can hear me okay. This is Mr. Albright.
Yes, I can. How am I doing? You hear me okay too?
Excellent. Yes, thank you.
That's good because I can't kick you under the table today if you don't speak up. That's what I miss about in person.
Remind people this is being live streamed on YouTube.
Thank you for that reminder. Sorry about that.
Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Miss Gonzalez. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm going to go off and wait until the hearing examiner comes on. Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to do something about the volume. It's really loud in here.
Now, Madam Hearing Examiner, was that for everyone or?
It's the, yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you, Miguel. Okay, let's see. I think all of our equipment is working. We're live streamed. Okay, we do not have the commissioners on yet. My expectation is that based on the information from last night, we're going to have one in-person commissioner and the other commissioners will be joining the Zoom. Is anybody going to have anything procedural that we need to deal with? Before we resume the evidentiary portion of our hearing this morning.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Mr. Albright.
Yes, sir.
Just to let you and the other folks know that we just filed the corrected versions reflecting the changes that were made yesterday. So those have been filed in the docket.
Okay, I did get an email with those. And you put those also in the Dropbox, is that correct?
I don't know that they have been put in the Dropbox yet. I know we had problems yesterday at the Albuquerque office with the internet connection, but I will check with with my paralegal to see if she's added those to the Dropbox. I don't know that that's been done yet.
Okay. Very important that we have the correct versions for our court reporter.
Understood. And that was going to be my follow-up question as to whether or not we should just send them to her or just add them to the Dropbox.
Well, it's better if you put them in the Dropbox so she can go get all of them.
All right.
And what I'll do is I'll re-download everything and throw what I have just in the garbage bin and re-download everything. Does that make sense? And then I'll have the current version once I know that's ready.
Okay, and I will see if I can sneak in a quick email to my paralegal and have her. She just emailed me.
Good morning,
she's listening in.
How are you?
She will put them into the Dropbox. Great.
Okay. Very well.
Thank you.
We've got a few more minutes. Before we begin, I would just remind anybody that has just been admitted recently, we are still, or we are already live streaming on the YouTube. It says we are. YouTube link is working. So I have that it is 9 o'clock. Good morning. We are back from recessing our hearing yesterday in case number 29-00049. This is in the matter of the Timberon Water and Sanitation District Advice Notice 18 and Advice Notice 19. And we will go ahead and continue the Mr. Gonzalez. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good morning, Madam Examiner. How are you today?
I'm well. Yourself?
I'm doing fine.
Good.
Doing
good.
fine.
Good to hear. So good morning, commissioners. And just to remind people, we are live streaming on YouTube. So as I indicated to you, Mr. Gonzalez, I have a few questions for you. And I just would remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
So I wanted to let you know that a lot of the questions that we're asking you are because we're just trying to understand what the situation that you and Mr. Harding are living with Timberon Water and Sanitation District. And
Yes, ma'am.
so
Understood.
we're trying to ask the questions the best way we know to get the information. And so in that spirit, I wanted to try to get a better handle on some things that you talked about yesterday. And
Yes, ma'am.
one of the things, and you can use whichever combination of your exhibits that you want to point me to that you think can help me help me understand whether that be your annual report that you filed with the commission, or
Yes, ma'am.
or those 2019 through 2022 accounting things, whichever you think is going to be most helpful. I'll pull those things up on the screen as best I can. Okay. So,
And just, Madam Examiner, today I do have all of the documents. I have them readily available. So hopefully today you won't have to put the documents up for review unless other persons want them there. I have all of my testimony available to look at here at my home here right now, if you need me to.
oh, all right, sir. Trying to find the index here so that I can pull this up for the people in the room here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at Exhibit 11, just to start out with. And Exhibit 11 is your annual report.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me look at the functions. There we go. And share that. So yesterday, we were trying to get an idea of just how many customers that you serve and the distinctions that you make with those particular customers. And
Yes, ma'am.
so my understanding is that you sort of view customers in 3 different categories. You view them as an active customer, an inactive customer, and a standby customer. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. And then we also have the overriding millage that of property tax that every property owner in the community of Timberon also pays. So I'm not sure how that how essentially all property owners here are customers to the district. It may be for different reasons. Maybe the customer is not in a service area, and the only things that they use are the trash disposal service. So I think we have a lot of extra terms, like identifying who's a customer or not, but essentially any property owner here, whether they live here or not, is a customer in some form or fashion.
And in just trying to understand who you serve, and
Yes, ma'am.
we'll get to the attendant revenue sources here in a minute. But my understanding was that you have about 570 active customers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. That's correct.
Approximately 330 inactive customers. Correct?
That also sounds correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And pursuant to what you said yesterday, as of now, you have 3,911 standby customers. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
correct. That's what the billing clerk gave us yesterday. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And active customers pay a monthly water fee, correct?
Correct.
And that water fee is made up of a customer charge. And then if they actually use any water, there's what I refer to as a commodity charge, or you pay by the 1,000 gallons and you pay a certain amount per 1,000 gallons. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Okay. Now,
Yes,
does
ma'am.
Does that water customer pay anything else for water other than those two components?
If a person has an active meter, that is the charges that they will pay. They will pay the basic water charge each month, $50.98, $2.55, 5% sales tax, and any gallonage that's used, they get charged for at a rate of $4.10 per 1,000 gallons.
Okay. Now, that particular active customer, that they pay a millage too?
Yes, ma'am, they do. It's assessed on all properties in the district. 10 mil. Right now, it's 6.8, I think, is the millage that we're currently charging.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Well, it's a function of each year we're required to turn into the county the board's requested millage. Then they do a calculation and they assign that year's millage. We can ask for a maximum of 10, but as far as I know, the past 2 years we were at 7 mills, 2022, and this year where it's like 6.8 mills. It's a function that the county tax assessor does. And I don't know the calculation that they go into. We ask for an amount and then it comes back to us after they do the calculations and they tell us what that millage will be for the year.
Well, is it based on property value or does everybody pay the same millage?
Yes, ma'am. It is based on property value. And thank you for pointing that out. That's why when we ask for 10, they'll do a calculation based on whether the property values have went up or went down. In our case, they've went up. And so they offset that millage by that amount. So it's some kind of calculation that's done.
Okay, so we're still on our active customer. So our active customer is we've already talked about their water charge. And now the active customer is also paying a millage charge. Is the active customer also paying that facilities charge?
They are. Yes, ma'am.
And how much was that?
It's $30. One annual billing goes out a year, and it's $30 to each and every lot in Timberon.
Okay.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that active customer paying anything else?
Unless they use some of the other facilities that we have. If they use the golf course, they'll have to pay the greens fee and the golf course fees for carts and that sort of thing. And also the swimming pool operation, there's a fee to be paid. So that would be an additional fee that the customer that we're now talking about would pay if they wanted to actually use some of the services.
But
that the
the
district
active
provides.
customer wouldn't be paying a standby charge.
That's correct. They would not. That's the major distinction, that the standby fee is no longer paid once the person gets an active meter.
What if the active customer had other lots in the service area? Would they be paying a
Yes.
standby fee on those lots?
Yes, ma'am. For example, if customer A had lot number 1 that had a meter, then customer A also owned lot 2 that's adjacent. That lot, if they did not choose to put a meter on it, they would be paying a $61.15 standby charge each year.
Okay. All right. So additionally, this active customer, separate from water, they pay a monthly trash disposal fee too, correct?
That is correct.
And how much is it?
If you, it's $11 even, and the tax on that $11 is 55 cents. So a total bill, water and trash would be 6508
And
in total.
Mr. Gonzalez, are you, when you send out a bill for the water, do you send out, is it water and trash? Are they combined, or do you send out separate bills?
It's the same billing card for metered water, but the trash is broken out. It's itemized out away from the metered water charge to show the two charges separate from one another.
Does that same bill include any other charges?
No, ma'am. We have cards that are different. So the F&S billing is, I think, a green card. The metered water billing is a green card. And the standby billing has its own card that goes out, a bill form annually.
Okay.
So 3 distinct separate cards based on each billing revenue stream that we have.
Okay. And these inactive customers, are they paying anything?
The inactive customer, as I indicated yesterday, typically what the district follows is if a person chooses to disconnect their meter, like many seasonal residents do here, then that disconnection of that meter just kind of goes on until they reach that 1 year mark. And if they have not put the meter back in service, then at some point after that 1 year mark, that customer will be put back into standby billing.
Okay, but I'm talking about before they become standby. While they're still categorized as inactive, are they paying anything on a monthly basis?
No, ma'am, they are not.
Okay, but they're still paying the annual fees, or are they paying the annual facility fee?
They are. They're still being billed for the F&S, the facilities and services, $30 charge once a year. And so if they're in that 1 year period where they have a meter and they've just disconnected it, they're not going to be receiving a standby billing until after 1 full year of being disconnected. But they still will pay their millage. It's the same.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else that inactive customer pays?
The inactive customer is only going to pay the millage. And if they use any of the services like golf course and swimming, they pay those fees too to use them. But that would be it for that 1 year period.
Okay, so then let's get to the last kind of customer, the standby customer. The standby customer pays the standby rate. Does the standby customer also pay the facilities and the millage?
Yes, ma'am. You're correct. That is what they'll be charged. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does anybody just get a trash bill and not a water bill?
No, ma'am, they do not. And part of the reason for that is the county each year provides a small grant stipend to the district to defray the cost of trash removal, because we're located, totally surrounded by the Sacramento Mountains, the Forestry Service. And so people visiting those and enjoying the forest, because there's not adequate trash receptacles everywhere, they will then come to our community and dispose of their trash. Also, our local nearby resident community called Bug Scuffle, they also deposit their trash here. So that's why we don't do a separate billing. In my mind, that's the reason why we don't do separate billings, because the county helps defray the cost of our trash. Right now it's $15,000 a year is what they provide to us.
Okay. So when the checks I'm assuming people pay by check or credit card. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or does your office accept cash?
We do accept cash. So we have a pay window with a billing clerk that receive monies there. She can receive a check or cash in the office, or
Okay.
she can direct them to, we have a bill pay system through UB Max, and they can pay using any form of debit card or credit card there as well, or do an ACH for a check. So we can receive payments in those two methods.
Okay. So when all that revenue is collected, the millage comes to you or it goes to the county?
The millage, as they collect the taxes, they will send batches of payments to the district, generally on a monthly basis while the taxes are being collected.
Okay. So if we look at your the annual report that you filed, that's on the screen now, that exhibit 11.
Yes, ma'am.
You show at the top of the pages are not numbered, but you see it's got revenue and sales on it.
Let me get my glasses. Yeah, in lines 1, 2, and 3.
Right. So you're showing that you took in revenue for that period of $412,770, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's what's on the report. Yes, ma'am.
So what? I'm assuming then that's, well, you tell me. What?
How this could have been done better, Madam Examiner, is I see here in number 1, unmetered sales. I think probably we would have done better to have broken that 830 out to put the balance minus 572 active that would be accounted for on line number 2. And we should break out the standby charges that show that it wasn't metered water charges, it was standby charges that were received by these inactive meters.
And what I'm trying to figure out is it looks like all the money is under your number 2 metered sales, and it says account 461. So what's account 461?
That's probably the line item account that we have assigned to it in QuickBooks.
Okay. So
And-
what is that 412,000? What went in to make that number?
It appears that it is the metered water sales, and that probably also looks like it includes some standby money as well. But the 300 and change inactive meters, some of them probably are only 1 year. So that might account for the people who are disconnected from the meter, but not beyond the 1 year mark. So that's the difficult thing, because the person that's just disconnected their meter, they're still within 1 year. They're not going to receive any billing until after that year, and then they'll move them back to the standby account. So I guess this number is confusing, because that right there includes active and inactive meters, and those inactive meters should not be in the number 2 slot, because as inactive, they're not incurring any charges.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, but I'm not so much hung up on the number of customers in that group. Mr. Gonzalez, I want to know specifically, tell me the categories. We've just gone through what each of your customer type pays, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to
Correct.
know if that 412,770 number includes what it includes of the revenue sources that you've told me each customer pays. Is it all of them?
That number appears to be standby money as well as metered water. Generally, metered water is going to run anywhere between 300,000 and 350,000 a year.
And
I-
for clarification, metered water isn't just the number of gallons you sell, but it also includes the customer charge, correct?
That's correct. The service charge for having a meter connected.
Okay,
And
so
this
right,
this is why, Madam Examiner, this is why this form, and I agree, we probably should have broke these items out for more clarity. But it was difficult to populate this report because it's a bit different. You know, how we charge. Generally, utility company just charges for metered water. You either are receiving metered water or you're not. And we have a lot of other distinctions in between, as we've been discussing, that's not exactly captured on this form. So the form exactly doesn't match what, you know, the actual format that our district uses versus a corporate utility type entity.
okay, Mr. Gonzalez, let's try this again. This $412,770 number includes, you believe, the complete water charge or revenue, or the revenue from water charges, which would be the customer and the gallon. It includes standby water revenue. Am I correct so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does it
There
also?
there may be standby revenue in that amount. But
Maybe.
I have to go back and look at the audit that shows the actual documented amount that we had
Well, Mr.
for
Gonzalez,
the
if
year 20.
if
Yes, ma'am.
it doesn't include all the standby revenue, then why isn't there more revenue shown in the revenue category? This is all you're showing is this one number. Are you saying that there's more revenue that you have than is what's shown on this form?
Yes, ma'am, because I don't think we're not taking into account here FN facilities and services revenue, and I don't see the standby meter, people that don't have a meter that are in standby, I don't see it broke out. But the amount of 412,000 in revenues shows a market increase in our metered water accounts because we've added about 100 meters since COVID. And so our standard metered water amount that generally always was in between 300 and 350,000. Now, because of our new meters that we have, this number of revenue in meter water is now higher. I'm trying not to state something here inaccurate. I without seeing and recollecting how we joined those numbers to put them in there, I want to be careful about stating that includes some standby charges, because standby should be broke out from there. We should see metered sales and then standby sales and then FNS charges there. And I guess because of the formatting of what we were asked to put in there from the PRC's system, it's not an exact match for what we do.
But you understand, don't you, Mr. Gonzalez, that if your annual report calls to report your revenue and you haven't reported the correct amount of revenue, then how are we supposed to understand what your correct final picture is?
I fully understand what you're saying, and I can see how that would be confusing, but please, Madam Examiner, understand, we have never filled one of these forms out before. This is the first time we have done so. And as we've indicated, the the accounting firm could not get the reporting together for us in time. We only had 6 days, and I had a family matter I was attending to in another state. And so I only had 2 days to get this information to you guys. And we did the absolute best we could do.
Okay. Can you tell me how it could be corrected then, sir? Because what I heard you testify to yesterday was that the employees that the district have do everything, but they're primarily water. And I also heard you testify that part of this facilities charge, which was supposed to go for things other than water, I thought I heard you testify yesterday that at least over 75% of that is going to pay salaries. Was that your testimony, sir?
Close to it, but it's 65% is what the accounting firm, when we asked them
Okay.
to do an accounting of where those monies were being spent, they came out with a number of 65% of F&S charges go toward paying salaries.
So if you're using your revenue source to pay salaries for water employees, don't you think that you should have included that in the revenue? And if you're using standby money to pay for water expenses, shouldn't that have been included in your revenue?
It should have. Yes, ma'am. I'm not
Because
disagreeing with you.
your standby charge is $60, right?
61.15.
Well, for round number purposes, let's say 60, and you've got 3,911 standby customers. That times $60 is approximately $234,600.
Correct.
Subject to check. Okay. Is that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that $30, that's how much the F&S fee is, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that would be paid by approximately 4,800 people, right? That's the
For the
3,911 standby customers plus 900 other kinds of customers.
Well, I think the total amount of lots in Timberon is around 9,000 or so. And the F&S fee gets applied to each and every lot, just like the millage gets applied to each and every lot on the millage tax.
Okay. All right, let's just stick
And-
with the F&S number. Right for this moment. And I don't know that I added in okay, so $30 times, let's just say 9,000. Okay, so that's 270,000, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 270,000 plus the 234,660. It's 504,660 approximately. So let's just say 500,000.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
and then you're talking the millage, right?
That's correct.
any idea of how much revenue that you get from the millage?
Yes, ma'am. For clarity purposes, to show that we are talking about numbers that weren't combined here. I'm looking at the 2022 audit, and for that year, which would be reflective, should have been reflected on the report we're talking about right now.
Let me find it. Hold on one second. Okay, where are you looking on the 2022 audit?
I'm on
Okay.
page 11 of the 2022 audit.
Okay,
So
let me
we
pull
see
that up.
water services. I'm sorry.
Just let me pull that up for everybody.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
That's Exhibit A. Just so we're all on the same page. And we're looking at page 11. Okay, sir, tell me what you wanted me to see about this.
Okay, and the reason I'm sharing this is because I want to point out that there's an error on that annual report. As we're drilling down into this, according to our operating revenues for water services and fees, that total is $734,285, and that is the metered water charges and standby charges included.
Okay,
So
wait a
the
second, I'm not
report
seeing
is missing.
700. Oh, up at the top. Okay, very first line. Go ahead,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Tell me what the 734 is.
I believe that to be your standby charges that has been paid during this audited period, and also metered water in that first number.
Okay,
That's the combined total
okay,
of metered water and standby. Now
okay.
going further down, you see facilities and services fees,
Yes, sir.
and that income for the year 3,005 and 434. So in other words, all of these numbers probably should have been reflected on that report. And unfortunately, we only put the metered water amount there. So if we can amend this report, I'd be happy to make these corrections and resubmit it if you guys would be okay with that.
Yes, sir. I think that would be the commission's would be what the commission would want you to do, is to have a accurate annual report. So consider that bench request number 3 to file an amended annual report
Yes, ma'am.
that comports with your testimony, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So now we're looking at this, and so we've captured standby, we've captured water. So then perhaps the only revenue source that we're not capturing in this operating revenue category is the millage?
It appears so. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what it is?
Yes,
Or is it
'cause
captured
if you
down
go-
here in this non-operating
ma'am.
revenue?
Correct. That's where your property tax net of county's administrative fees there, that 140,560.
Okay,
And so we would need to find a place to plug that in. And so in other words, the annual report revision and file the amended report would include all of these revenue sources, so it would give a better picture as actually what the district had received. But as you can see, I guess we'll just put it in the other categories of the report on the annual report and the formatting for the PRC. Is that acceptable?
Well, I think perhaps, sir, you're going to have to get some guidance that's beyond my expertise with how the reports are filed. I think perhaps
Yes, ma'am.
you and your can get some guidance from the staff with regard to the filing of the annual reports, the utility division staff, because they're going to know
Yes, ma'am.
more about these filings than I do, sir. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we'll reach out to them and we'll get this taken care of.
Thank you, sir. The Commissioner Aguilar would like to ask you a question about this, sir.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Gonzalez. I just wanted to clarify also, as we're looking at the 2022 audit, I'm wondering whether the water services and fees also include other revenues such as the initial meter installation and the disconnect or reconnect fees.
Yes, sir. Without being able to see how she accounted for reconnects and disconnects, I would have to say that that number is captured in the water services and fees, because the disconnect and reconnects, they're considered services, service charges associated with that disconnecting and reconnecting.
Okay, thank you. Just another thing to consider as you're amending the annual report as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. I'll make a note of it.
I'm not hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Melissa.
Well, I was just
Consider it
and I'm gonna make a note to include this.
bench request number 4. Rather than have you speculate on what's included in that number, I sort of would like a verification of your, contact your billing clerk and verify that. All right.
Yes, ma'am. If they were captured, which I would expect them to have, that's the category that it would be found in. But I will verify that that's inclusive of disconnects and reconnects. I will verify that and make notes of it in the amended annual report.
Very well. Mr. Gonzalez, I see in the non-operating revenue, you have $54,761 for the sale of lots.
Yes, ma'am. That would either, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask my question here. The district owns property that it sells?
The district has accumulated property over the years. I don't know the exact reason how we acquired them, but usually it's because the customer no longer wants to pay some of these fees. And in the past, they have deeded the property over to the district. That's how we receive some of those. And in this auditing session that we're speaking of right now, 21-22, we sold approximately 12 lots that the district had, somewhere around $20,000. And the district also sells cemetery plots, and that's captured in the operating expenses that's listed above. So sale of lots, that's what that is inclusive of.
And I don't know if it's better to go back to the annual report or if we can if I can ask you from this report. But let me ask you, Mr. Gonzalez, if you can go and look at page 19 under your capital assets section.
Capital grants.
Capital
Or-
assets.
Okay, which page are we on from the audit?
I am
Right
looking
now.
at the bottom, it's labeled page 19.
Okay, I need to scroll down. Give me just a moment.
There you go. I put it on the
Uh,
screen.
Note 4, property tax receivable.
Keep going. Note 6.
Gotcha. Capital assets. Yes, ma'am. What's your question?
Okay, you have values for the assets, including the water system, et cetera, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Under note 6, capital assets. Yes, they're different breakouts of depreciated assets. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the very bottom, you actually have something for net book value of the capital assets in the amount of
Yes, ma'am.
$5,391,748, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the very next page, you have notes payable.
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I had some noise distraction. So we go to the next page and we see notes payable. And there is, well, under 7, it says long-term debt, and it says there's a note payable to NMFA and one to USDA, correct?
Correct.
And the balance on
Yes,
those two notes is $302,905.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm assuming those are loans, is that correct?
They are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the notes are described, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like that there are more. Looks like to me that there were more loans than what were captured in that first part.
Yes,
How many-
Madam Examiner. It's much better to use the audit path because we have the 4 years there, and you can see those balances growing or going down. And if we've added new liabilities, more loans, this is the document that would capture them, in a much better way that'll give you up-to-date information. And some of the other information that we were given by the NMFA, it was what the auditor had requested. They wanted those statements. So we went and researched that for the auditor, and that's what I put in the exhibits because I thought it would give more clarity
Okay,
to what our
you tell
loan
me the best.
situation is.
You tell me the best document for me to look at that's going to capture your current loan status and balance.
Well, I would have to say it'd be our annual audits, what we're speaking from right now.
Okay. Because
Because
basically,
these are audited results. They're
it
audited
looks like to
results,
me,
so-
I mean, if you look at note 7, it says you only owe on 2 notes and it's $319,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's long-term debt. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you don't have any other loans or owe any other money on any other type of debt.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. All the loans that we currently are servicing that are out there are captured in this audit. They're all listed there. That's why I was struggling trying to find the background data from 2013 about the statement, the request for answering about the 2015 RCAC loan. So I went to the audits and I was trying to find them that way. And I could not find that loan to the RCAC in 2015. And consequently, I didn't find out that they had one actually in 2013. That I just became aware of that just a few days ago.
Okay, well, here's my question. Here's your back to exhibit 11, which was that annual report that you're going to modify. Under
Yes, ma'am.
financial data, you have down here that you owe on 3, don't you?
Well, the financial data with 1, 2, and 3 there on that page, Madam Examiner, Jenny May, these are actually assets that are pledged by the district out to those periods of time that are listed there. Those are actual assets that are pledged of the district. And I think those are also in the audit as well.
Well, they're under the category of a loan. And you
Yes,
just
ma'am.
told me, looking at the audit from 2022, you told me that the district only had 2 loans, didn't you?
I said the loans that we have in their entirety are captured in the audit. That's what I shared with you, because if you go down through this current section that we're in, it shows a lot of other loans that the district has. Some of them are small, but this is where I like to go to find out the real skinny on what the district has as far as loans, because we're required to disclose that in the annual audit, and it's the most up-to-date audited information that we have.
And I'm just trying to figure out how many loans you actually have, Mr. Gonzalez, and what the amount of debt is. So what you
Yes,
showed
ma'am.
me on the long-term debt is there are only two notes payable.
For long-term debt. And then they capture other NMFA like note payable right underneath that amount from long-term debt. There's a number 2998 CIF loan that the district has. And I think that's separate from that amount that's listed above in long-term debt. I guess the others are considered short-term debt. I don't know how the auditor determines how she structures the inputs of the data. But I do know that if we want to know what the district's loans are currently, that the audits are the best source for that data.
Okay, the long-term debt is the NMFA and the USDA. And then, as you note, continuing on in that section of the 2022 audit, there is an NMFA 2998 CIF. is that different than the NMFA that's listed under the long-term debt?
I believe so. But it seems kind of confusing because they mention long-term debt in note 7, and then they give you the amounts for it, and then you see note payable, rural development. So they break out that. So I think in aggregate, if you add them all together, then that shows the exact total loan load that the district currently has, and it's reflected in the audit.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I make a
Mr.
request
Albright?
at this point? Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, it seems to me that there is a need to consult with the billing folks and also with regard to the accounting folks that we have here, rather than have Mr. Gonzalez give his best estimate at this particular point. It's clear that there is some inaccuracies and or clarifications that are going to be needed in some of this, and having maybe tried to fit it into the different forms and stuff needs to be reconciled, so we have an accurate record and picture for the commission.
And how do you propose that we do that, Mr. Albright? I mean, this information should have been in the filing of, exactly what was being asked for and exactly what the district's financial position was in, including how much is coming in and how much is going out in a form that's understandable for the commission. So obviously we don't have it now. So how do you expect us to get it?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think two things. One, of course, these folks took office in January of 22. We have an overlap of data between 2 years. I think the short time frame in trying to assemble the information, be responsive to the request. There may be additional details that need to be ferreted out that simply time did not permit in order to try to be.
How much time, Mr. Albright? How much time? I mean, there's testimony blaming the commission for not acting on this for a period of months. So, now you're telling me, oh, the people can't get the information because they've been in for such a short period of time. So my goal is for us to be as efficient and have the correct information for the commission to make as expeditious a decision as they can, but they got to have evidence to base it on. So you tell me how soon you can get the numbers that are being asked for.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, my best estimate would be, first of all, to consult with the billing folks and get that information from them as to how long it would take them to go back and revise the information they have provided in this. I'm not even sure if we have the same billing folks that were doing the data in 2021. I believe Granite Mountain is folks who are currently involved. And I'm not quite sure when they were brought on board, but I think it's imperative to get with them and do it. Having coincided with the tax season, there may have been reasons for the additional delay. I don't know, and maybe it was not clearly recognized what all information was needed.
Well, you can think about it, Mr. Albright. Like I say, the commission wants to, it's going to have an accurate financial picture. We're being told the annual report's inaccurate, and that the witness that you have sponsored to provide the commission with the information can't provide it. So, you're going to have to let me know, how soon we can get this information. Do we need to reconvene and have the appropriate billing person testify? You know, I don't know at this point. I'll see if I have any other questions.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, we did reach out to the accountant at Granite Mountain to see if we could have additional testimony from him for this, and he simply was not available to do that. So I'd like to confer with my client and with the Granite Mountain folks to see how much time it would take to do that, so we can make sure we have accurate information and don't make any misrepresentations to the commission now that we would just have to undo later.
Let me move on to a couple of other questions. I believe, Mr. Gonzalez, that the commission asked you about the water loss situations, as well as counsel for staff. I guess I would just like a little more clarity. If you would look at your direct testimony on page 9.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're referring to a couple of projects regarding line replacement, aren't you? The question
Where
posed
the
at,
question,
yeah, the question posed at line 10, have there been other funding sources? And you begin your answer on line 11, and you talk about the
Yes, ma'am.
Colonius grant, and you talk about
Mhm.
the ICIP grant. Right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those were primarily, I believe your testimony is with regard to water line distribution.
Yes, ma'am. And what we're attempting to do to try to obtain funding, and what funding we do have and how we're applying it right now.
Right. And I'm just wondering about the application part of it. These are primarily, this money would primarily be for line replacement, right?
Well, the Colonius grant, CIF 5796 for $450,000 that we were awarded, but yet to close on, those monies could be applied to line replacement, and that's how we wanted to use it, but we've been unable to get those funds. The second funding stream that we're currently working on with a project begins on line 15 of that same page. Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. We submit one of those each year to the legislature for approval. And we used all of the available grants that we have to fund this well number 2 water line to treatment plant. And what that project does is it allows us to have one more source of water. And I'm embarrassed and shamed to have to say this, but that project, a D2493 grant, that is solely to provide a third source of water so the district can keep the system packed with water in the event we have catastrophic losses, like we've had 4 in the past 2 weeks, where we lost containment. And the third source of water here would allow us to put more water into the system during those terrible times when we have massive leaks and ruptures that we can't address them all at one time, and we lose a lot of level.
What
So
kind of water source, sir?
It's another well that the district has. It's located on the golf course area plot for the district. And so it's a well that was remediated in 2016, the USDA project, but it was an engineering bust where they put determination for the discharge of that well. It was causing massive pressure excursions and blowing lines out. So this project that we're speaking of here is actually to remedy a failed engineering installation by Engineering Inc. And it's being corrected now and giving us a dedicated line from that well into the treatment facility to where it's not boosting the pressure of the system like it was on the previous install. But it doesn't have anything to do with line replacement. It's just providing another source of water when the district gets in these bad circumstances where we lose a lot of level of our tanks because of massive leaks.
So I believe you already testified yesterday with regarding to the current sources of water for the district. But now in testifying about this well, the information is then that the district has other wells that aren't being utilized?
That's correct. And we also have a well that's located behind the volunteer fire department that at some point when we have the funds available, we're going to try to remediate that well too, to even provide another source. But the background on it is it was pumping mud and they shut it down in 2005, and there hasn't been any other work done on it.
Further on your testimony on that page, sir, you're talking about a replacement for tank 3. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is also correct. Yes, ma'am.
And it says this project is underfunded by $288,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's also correct.
Is there any funding for replacing tank 3?
There is funding from a reservoir grant that we had. It was a total of $450,000. It was a legislative grant through the ICIP process, and we determined that the project scope and size kept shrinking on that project. It was 500,000 gallons of underground water storage. That's what the project was supposed to provide. But due to supply chain disruptions and inflationary pressures, that project size on the reservoir shrunk from a 500,000 gallon reservoir to a 45,000 gallon postage stamp of an in-ground tank. So we determined that we were no longer going to spend any money on that grant because it had become irrelevant because of the economic conditions. And it just so happens this tank 3, we suspected it of having problems. We inspected it and found that it was leaking, and we took it out of service. And in doing so, we then had a place where we could move those funds from the reservoir because it was a similar project. It was a tank type project. So the state, the NMED through Stephen Deal, allowed us to move the remaining funds onto this tank 3 replacement project. But unfortunately, it's not enough to complete the project. And we need the 450 to be back up for that. And then the remainder of that 450 from the Colonius that we talked about earlier that we haven't received will then be used on line replacement. We'll get Bohannon Houston, our engineering firm, to do a line replacement package based on the metrics that we've already established of what areas need line replacement first.
Sir, I would like to get a little understanding with regard to and clarification on how you chose the increase for the that you're asking the commission to grant. And when I looked at the board minutes that you had with your direct testimony, your board member minutes from Monday the 3rd of 2022, There was a discussion about different water items, and specifically in item 8 of those minutes, it says discuss, approve increasing the monthly base rate on water bills. Currently, the monthly base rate is $50.98 per month plus tax. Are you familiar with that item, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And under that, it says Director Harding motions to raise the base rate by 30%. And that was seconded. Excuse me. And that was passed, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I remember the meeting. I remember the discussion
Okay.
about the 30% increase. Yes, ma'am.
Well, but in actuality, the proposal is higher than that, isn't it, for these interim rates?
Well, we were working, the premise for the rate increase was basically driven by supply chain disruptions and inflationary pressures. And that we experienced prior to 2022, we saw in the record, 2020, 2021 was also issues with supply chains with increasing inflationary pressures. So we saw, with using 2021 data, 2022 data, real time, that our cost structures had increased anywhere from at a minimum of 30% out to 65%. And then there were some individual line items like fuel, which is very important to the district, that doubled on the district. And as you know, we're in a rural area and we don't have filling stations here. So our fuel has to come from places like Artesia or beyond in order to bring fuel up here. And of course, they charge us a lot more for that service. So we ended up choosing the lowest amount because the rate increase was going to be so high, to get back on track with recouping some of the costs that we had previously lost due to increased line repairs. And so that was the premise. And we actually arrived at the smallest number in the request because we knew that it was such a large number. That's why we only used the 30%. But in actuality, the district probably should have asked for more, because the delay now is we're in May and we didn't get it in February, and we're working through those issues now. And when we do get it, whenever that time happens, it'll be another year before we can submit another one. And we'll already be behind the 8 ball in the rear view mirror, because we're already paying increased cost over the premise of the 30% increase that we had asked for. So there's already a deficit in the amount of money that we're receiving, and it doesn't cover the cost. And that's the purpose of why we were asking for the increase to begin with.
And I'm just wondering, I think you've given an explanation of the things that you considered, sir. I'm just wondering, you know, if during your consideration, how you figured 30% as opposed to some other number. I mean, did anybody come in with any figures that said, you know, we're spending, you know, here's the categories of expenses, here's the categories of revenue. We are $132,000 short. And if we increase rates by 25%, we'll recapture that. Or, I mean, did anybody do any kind of analysis like that?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We attempted to perform a rate study And while we were going through the rate study, we found that that instrument was incapable of doing the proper work for us because of the inflationary pressures that no one had ever seen before. Madam Examiner, prior to this legislative session where we were considered for ICIP grants, the district had always received grant money to help with the cost and defraying of the actual cost to put these grants in play. In the district, the
What
state of New
happened?
Mexico had 4,200 projects that were underwater because the system in awarding the money based on what the old terms were for funding a project had drastically changed, like a 6 Sigma deviation that never been seen before. So we were trying to assess what our costs were in the increase. Just to give you an example, the district has traditionally over the past, let's just use the numbers from 2015 to 2018. Typically our line repair costs ranged anywhere between $25,000 and $40,000. As of last month, we have spent $110,000 on repairing our lines. So
In what time
this
period?
inflationary, ma'am,
You've spent 110,000 in what time period?
in up to month ending April for the calendar year. For the year that we're in, we've already spent $110,000 on line repairs, where generally we only spent 30 to 45. And so the inflationary pressures occurred so quickly that the projects that were funded quickly became underwater to a large percentage in the state of New Mexico, and I assume elsewhere as well.
So
But
you're
those
saying in
rapid cost increases-
2023? In 2023, in 4 months, you've already spent $110,000 in line repair.
No, ma'am, not the calendar year. I meant our fiscal year up to this point, in April end, July 1st through April end, we have approximately $110,000 that we've already had to spend on line repair, and our budgeted amount, I think, was $105,000 for the year.
All right, sir.
So we've blown that line item already.
Anything else you want to tell me about how you calculated the 30% or what you considered?
Just that we used the most important items to our sensitivity on the financials, which was line replacement in repairs, line repairs that take place. We saw that all of those costs associated with line repair were soaring, and the actual items weren't even in the market at times. But the 30% level is the lowest number premised for a request on rate increase. And that's the number that the board voted on, was the 30% number. But that is the lowest number based on the inflationary pressures that the district already had in their rearview mirror that we were attempting to try to recoup. The percentages were much higher than that, though.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I believe that's all the questions that I have for you right now. Mr. Albright, any redirect of your witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have a few questions to follow up on. Mr. Gonzalez, I want to go back to some of the questions that you were asked yesterday. One of those, do you remember questions being asked by Mr. Bogatko with respect to the para payments that were
Yes,
made by the
sir.
commission, for both the commission and for the employees? Will a portion of that be a recurring annual payment by the water district?
Yes, it will. The way para is paid, it's paid by transmittal. Each payroll period, you have to submit a transmittal indicating the amount of payment for that pay period. So in the past, prior to 2022, we were not, and at the time that we paid off the arrearage for the employees and for the district, we now have the added cost of making those payments each and every pay period, as well as the employees do too. So it is an added financial burden that was not typical to the district before.
Do you have an estimate on what that might be?
I sent a request to our accounting firm this morning, and I'm reading the first email, and they said they're working on it the best they can. And they just indicated that they're trying to put that data together for us right now to get us a accurate number of what that increased cost is, but she hasn't been able to get all of that info yet.
Okay, and Madam Hearing Examiner, certainly we will provide that information to the commission when we do receive it.
Thank you.
You were also asked a number of questions, again, I believe by Mr. Bogatko, with respect to whether or not Timberon aligns closer with Class C or Class D. Do you recall those questions that were asked?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and I believe you responded that you were more closely aligned to C. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and what do you mean by more closely aligned in that context?
What I mean by that is that based on what the PRC's requirements were in the request is where we fit in that. The reason that it looked like C, because that appeared to be the choices that we were being offered as to what do we most closely resemble. And the question wasn't what does a water and sanitation district's status actually look like financially, regulatory, document wise, et cetera, et cetera. We weren't asked that. We were just presented, whether we most closely resemble a C or a D utility. And of course, it looked like the C utility most closely fit what the district was with the actual solutions that were presented to us. That's what we look most closely like, but that wasn't an exact match for us.
Okay, so you would still consider yourself to most closely match other water and sanitation districts. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And related to some questions that the hearing examiner just asked as well, in coming up with your 30% increase in costs, when you were discussing that and looking at other water and sanitation districts, how does the increase compare with what other water and sanitation districts might have? Do you have a couple of examples you can use?
Yes, sir. And so during this process, we looked at the NMED's website. The Drinking Water Bureau is attached to the New Mexico Environmental Department, and they publish each year a biannual. Each year they publish what the water and sanitation district's current charges are for their water services. And in doing so, El Dorado Water and Sanitation District for 2022 indicated that their base price was $97.75. And then there's a few others in the area. Lumberton is $127.05 metered water charge, and La Jara Water Users Association is at $97.75. We have other mutual domestics, Flora Vista, $76.58. Navajo Dam, $76.00. And there's 4 or 5 others that are in the $70 range percentile. So we looked at those numbers because that was most closely matched our situation with like water and sanitation districts or mutual domestics.
And you've answered the next question I was going to have, which is where those numbers.
In what way, Mr. Gonzalez? You testified they're most like Timberon water and sanitation districts. I'd like to know in what way.
Because most of the entities in this category that's being polled for their water services, what they charge, most of these entities are water and sanitation districts. These are not other public type utilities that sell water. These are governmental entities, so to speak, that are listed in this category.
Is that
You
it?
have, I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, excuse me.
Is that it? I mean, is that the only reason, is that they're water and sanitation? Or did you believe that they had similar geographical characteristics or customer size or anything else that might make them applicable?
Well, I'm not saying that the other data that was presented as to where, when you guys did some examples of, what's being charged in other places, we did try to use the local numbers. We looked into Cloudcroft. Cloudcroft has a couple water systems there, and also Alamogordo. So we took their rates into consideration, but we didn't look in the broader realm with other water type corporate utilities in New Mexico.
Okay, that's not my question.
As we've been.
My question is, you have named water and sanitation districts rates as being, I forget the term you use, but being like Timberons. And I ask you why, and you said because they're water and sanitation districts. And I want to know if there's any other characteristics for the water and sanitation district that is similar or the same as the characteristics for Timberon water and sanitation district.
Well, the WSD designation that all those entities have does put us in common with one another. The fee structures, the statutes that we have to follow. So that most closely resembles our model that we operate by. So that's why we gave greater credence to those entities over a public entity that's for that are corporate. Private entities that are corporate.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I might be able to help here a little bit.
No, that's okay. He's not answered the question twice. Move on. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I was just going to ask as well. For example, let's take El Dorado for a little bit outside of Santa Fe. Do you know approximately how many customers they have?
That's been asked and answered, Mr. Albright. Move on.
And do you know geographically whether?
Mr. Albright, I've given him an opportunity twice to ask if there are any similar or the same characteristics. He's declined to answer. Move on.
I don't think that's a fair characteristic.
If you don't have any further questions,
Madam
Mr.
Hearing
Albright?
Examiner, if I may just take a minute to review my notes.
All right, sir.
I did have a question to follow up to a number of questions that were asked this morning. What has been by the Madam Hearing Examiner, what has been the billing continuity for Timberon with regard to have you had the same billing continuity for a number of years, or have there been changes? Mr. Gonzalez?
I thought you were asking the examiner. I'm sorry.
No, no,
Could
no.
you
I was asking
repeat,
you
please?
with regard to the billing continuity for the district. Have you
In
had
regards
the
to-
same billing people for the past 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Have you had the same accounting firm assisting you? What has been the continuity for the district?
I understand your question. And the billing clerk has currently been with the district for approximately 10 years. So that hasn't accounted for a change. We have brought in the accounting firm Granite Mountain because we did anticipate accounting problems. And as we've already indicated, none of us have a discipline in the area of accounting. And so that is one change that is different. We've brought on an accounting firm to help us correct some of these problems that have been longstanding with the district.
And when was that done?
I think it was in the first quarter of 2022, shortly after taking office. We asked for an engagement letter from Granite Mountain. The board voted on that engagement letter in an open meeting. And I think it's within the first quarter of the year that they came on board in 2022 to assist us.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's all the redirect that I have for Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Any further questions from the commissioners for this witness? I'm not seeing anything in person or on the Zoom screen from the commission. Mr. Bagacco, any recross based upon my questions?
No, not necessary. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you, sir. You are excused. Mr. Albright, anything further from the district?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, that concludes our testimonies.
Very well. The clock in the hearing room says 10:32. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess? We'll come back at 10:40, actually an 8-minute recess. Come back at 10:40 and for the presentation of the staff witnesses. So remember, the YouTube is on. Thank you. Of course, we all learned pretty quickly about Zoom. Okay, we are back. Melissa, there you are. Most important person. The court reporter. So we are back from the our recess, took a little longer. I apologize. And we are ready for our presentation of staff witnesses, Mr. Gatko.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would call Richard Martinez to the stand, and would you prefer for him to sit right there at the end of the table?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Absolutely. And Melissa, will you swear the witness, please?
Yes, I can't see him, but. Sir, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
This is the camera I'm looking. Yeah. Got it.
Come on. I don't know what's wrong with them. I'll have to keep trying.
Okay,
Well, I kind of thought you didn't want to, but I guess now you do. Yeah.
okay, we'll go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Gatko.
Mr. Martinez, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Well, sir, thank you.
you did cause to be filed in this case some testimony on May 1st, 2023. Do you recollect that?
Yes, I do.
I believe it was your prepared rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I hope you have in front of you what I've provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 1, a copy of your prepared rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Martinez, would you take a moment to flip through Staff Exhibit 1 and make sure that it's complete and accurate rendition of what you caused to be filed in this case on May 1st?
Yes, it is.
And I understand, Mr. Martinez, that you do not have any corrections to make to your rebuttal Staff Exhibit 1. Is that correct?
That is correct. No corrections. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And now, Mr. Martinez, if you were asked today the same questions as we see posed there in your pre-filed prepared rebuttal testimony, would your answers to those questions be the same today in this public hearing, or would they change?
They would be the same, sir.
Thank you for that. Well, with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission into the evidentiary record, the prepared rebuttal of Richard L. Martinez filed on May 1st, 2023 and marked as Staff Exhibit 1.
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 1? Mr. Martinez prepared testimony filed here as affirmed by him here today.
Timberon has no objection.
Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you.
And then you pass your witness, Mr.
Yes,
Bagatko.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would pass the witness, please.
Well, I don't see the chair right now. Commissioner Aguilar, do you have questions for Mr. Martinez? I can go. I can move on. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Yes, I'd like to ask a few questions. I unfortunately do not have his statement in front of me here. I've got a whole ream of paper, but I don't, I can't locate his statement. But I would like to ask a few questions. It seems that Timberon has a fairly easy disconnect policy where someone who is a seasonal customer who may live there for the summer can pretty easily disconnect and not pay anything while they're disconnected. In your view, is that something that is that you see often in small water companies?
Commissioner Ellison and Madam Hearing Examiner and other commissioners and staff, correct. Part of the procedure in the disconnect includes turning off the valve, in some instances separating the line leading to the residence or business and draining that line so that the line doesn't have adverse impacts if there's any freezing of the water in the line leading to the residence or the business. So can be somewhat complicated, and I'm not too sure what their procedure is, but it is pretty common.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at here is, wouldn't you agree that, Timberon has to maintain this system year round, and that these seasonal customers need to have the system available, when they're living there, yet they are not paying anything towards supporting the system while they're gone? What is your view on that?
Well, each district has their policies and requirements for service. And if theirs is to not, I guess, have a charge for when the service is not being provided, that's, I guess, their prerogative. However, there are costs that are associated with service bypassing that particular location where the meter is not in service. So there could be a cost for that.
Okay. In your view, should Timberon have a policy of doing some, regular line replacements and not just waiting for pipe to break?
It's common practice that all utility companies, in particular water utility companies, have a plan or a program that extends up to 5 years and sometimes 10-year plans that provide for periodic, annual, and then long-term maintenance for continued operations. And in that plan, they identify locations that have issues. In this particular case of the 15 zones at Timberon, they probably should have identified the locations or the zones with the most problems, and in there then start projecting for improvements consistent with their overall plan, and not just reacting to breaks. So I would agree that there should be a plan that could improve, where improvements could be implemented on a regular basis and a scheduled basis, and then that would significantly reduce the costs and the manpower for making those improvements for water breaks and such. Correct.
So they could build into their rates, enough collections or some sort of earmarking such that they are, let's say they've got some fund for regular line replacement, and they could be, collecting enough to be paying into that fund and making those line replacements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you believe that that's their current approach based on what they've filed with us?
I've seen no information to that effect, sir.
Okay. To your knowledge, do they have the equipment needed to do these sort of, this sort of preventative type work to do the welding of the pipe and the digging that's needed?
So based on information provided, they appear to have some equipment and materials available to do the repairs on an as-needed basis. However, the pipe materials that my understanding is in the ground and some possibly exposed, they would have the capability to do like short-term emergency repairs, and they can probably schedule for more extensive repairs or replacements, but that's part of a plan that would be needed to demonstrate the equipment requirements, the material requirements, labor requirements, and schedule requirements. But currently, they probably might be stretched, but with the proper planning and then budgeting, they would be able to, prepare for and improve on a regular basis.
Okay. In your view, if they got this rate increase, would it, would they be able to work towards solving these problems, or is the rate increase more of one just to keep them, in the current reactive mode?
Well, I believe that an appropriate plan with scheduling and budgeting, cost estimating for improvements would be in the best interest of the district. Historically hasn't been done appropriately. Current and into the future, that would be the best approach to make all improvements and also facilitate operations and then mitigate any further problems with lines and or valves and overall distribution and possible, a reservoir tank systems as well. So the overall distribution system could be improved moving forward with the appropriate plans, budgeting, estimating, scheduling, typical engineering type of work, and then moving into construction once construction documents are reviewed and approved and the materials been acquired. So the funds that they're seeking in the rate increase could be applied responsibly, and with some additional help, the district could succeed.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, I don't know that you have the answer to this question, whether, so now we see that they are treating 5 gallons of water in order to deliver 1 gallon of water to the end use customer. How common is that? And is there a danger that, the system is not going to be viable?
Answer the first question, not common at all. 8, 9, 10% water loss in any given year, a district would respond automatically. Anything larger than that, this with their losses, and I don't call necessarily water loss, I call it water waste, and it's an environmental issue as well. But the degree to which the water is being lost or waste in the Timberon district, I've never seen the likes of that in my 40 years of doing water systems. As far as the approach to resolving those, it should have been planned previously. Obviously, it wasn't. It needs to be planned starting today, moving forward, and they can be rectified. As far as the system remaining operational, I think if they prioritize the areas, the zones that have the greatest impact or the greatest breaks or water loss areas, those should be able to identify it expeditiously, and then develop a list of improvements and then start working on it tomorrow. Those are the kinds of things that can be identified and worked on currently and into the future to maintain the operational capability of the district and the water distribution system. Correct.
Do you know, Mr. Martinez, whether the residents of this district have the option to drill wells, and how easy or difficult that might be?
I'm not clear as to the covenants, conditions, and restrictions on the subdivision and during the acquisition of lots. There may be some restrictions to additional drilling of wells on site, predominantly because of the waste systems that are on those sites, meaning the septic system, leach field. You can't have water wells drilled within 100 feet of any waste system. So, and I think the wells that are currently on the Timberon overall master subdivision should be able to capably have the capability to provide water systems on there. I do not believe that an individual lot owner has the capability or the legal opportunity to drill a well on site. That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know at what pressure this water system is operated at?
don't know specifically, and it'll range and it'll fluctuate somewhat throughout the overall distribution. It can be anywhere from 29 psi, 69 psi, up to about 100 psi, and a lot of the systems will pressurize the lines depending on the demand. So peak hours in the morning, peak hours in the evening, and herein lies some of the issues with some of the line breaks. If you're replacing areas of pipes that are not appropriate with good pipe, the weakest link of the most vulnerable portion is the reach beyond that good pipe, and a valve or an other pipe that's not appropriate for water line distribution. So there's a fluctuation of lines, and that's what the pressure regulators do on an overall water distribution system.
And on the, I would expect the higher pressure would be what you would see coming from the water treatment on the main sort of distribution, I guess, lines. Is that correct?
In most cases, some of the higher pressures are exhibited when you're having elevation increases. So as you're moving up the system from a booster station up to another zone, as we call them, you have to have higher pressure to get the water up to those areas. There is going to be, coming out of the tank systems, especially if the tank systems are generally on gravity flow or the tanks are higher in the area, there will be a more normal, call it, water pressure. And then there may be booster stations throughout. I'm not entirely familiar with this particular layout because I've not seen any plans, any as-builts, any design drawings, any water systems. We call them one-line systems, one-line drawings on how the water system works. I'd be delighted to see those if we could get those.
Okay.
Sir,
That-
did you do an on-site inspection?
I have not yet done an on-site inspection for this particular district.
Is the Commission Utility Division doing on-site inspections for small water?
It's my understanding in the past they have. And so I've been in the position 6 months, and I've been up to one of my favorite locations in the Northwest. However, this one I have not yet been to. And in fact, I mentioned it last week. I'd be delighted to take a trip down there, take a look at it, meet with people representing the district and others. But I think Mr. Gonzalez and I may have talked about that previously when I talked to him. So I'd be open and amenable to taking a trip down there. And I'd even be open and amenable to meeting with their design consultants, whether it be Engineering Inc., Bohannon, Houston. I've been a design consultant myself. So
Thank you,
you're welcome.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguilar?
Hey, Mr. Martinez. So I want to familiarize myself, I guess, with this situation. I understand, and you said that you haven't seen this particular circumstance with 80+% water loss. And I guess my first question is, from your experience, is this sort of situation common where there's a developer who comes in, develops a community or neighborhood, and they don't do a good job of installing the water system? And by not doing a good job, I mean, for example, we heard that there was like even irrigation pipe and a certain type of PVC material that was used that is not commonly used or is not supposed to be used for water. Is that something that you see commonly?
I think in my experience, I've seen similar but not exact situations on older, more historic subdivisions that went through the process, probably not as thorough as they should have been during the design, the review, the requirements of submittals to have the appropriate materials delivered to the site, having the contractor make certain that the materials that are required at the site actually show up and are being installed. And I'll go back to the actual design, not having seen the design. Most subdivisions that start off in some that are this large would generally have to post a bond on overall improvements. And then they would go through the design review process through a regulatory agency. And there would be comments, and then they would make certain that all the design elements and the materials that are designed for would be in concert with current codes and requirements. Not having seen any of that, the developers that proposed and then initiated the construction of portions or areas or zones, tracks, if you will, on this particular development may have done so piecemeal. So as they were making improvements based upon where people wanted to buy some of the lots, they may have been extending some of the water systems out to those lots or those tracks. And they may have not had the same contractor, or the contractor may have bid it and may have sought the materials, probably couldn't get the materials, and then went, and sometimes the contractors supplant the materials that are not to code. So the developers themselves, well-intended, the design documents, well-prepared. Some of the contractors that go out and do install the facilities, equipment and materials and valves and then connect them up to the reservoirs that are providing the water. Unless someone's inspecting them on a regular basis and then giving them what we call C of O, certificates of occupancy, or supplemental approvals for these reaches of improvements. If that wasn't done, who knows what could be installed, and that's probably what they have out there now.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
And the other thing I want to ask about is the geography. This is a community that is in the mountains, and I'm sure we have many other communities in New Mexico that are in the mountains. I suspect that it is more difficult to maintain a water system if it's in the mountains, though, I guess that's a question that I would have for you, is whether you would agree with that or not.
If the system is installed, constructed appropriately, correctly, it's generally not that more difficult than anywhere else. What I've understanding is that some of the lines that are installed towards some of the tracks for distribution are at not the appropriate depth. So if you have freeze thaw conditions down below 24 inches or 36 inches, you're almost destined, the pipes are going to have issues. The pipe systems are going to have issues. Also, some of the exposure. And then as you're going up in elevation, I think up to 7,200 feet in some areas. Again, if it's installed appropriately and then they have measures to make certain that the lines operate even whatever the conditions of weather and such, then it's not too much of a maintenance issue. But if it's not installed and maintained appropriately over years, you're almost asking for problems. So it's not so much the geography as it is as installed, because there are standards for installation, and I've seen up in the higher elevations and then also into other elevations as well. But if it's not installed and then repaired to the proper depths with the proper material, you're going to have continuous issues and probably leaks and breaks.
Okay. And so what is the ideal depth, I guess, in this type of environment that the water system should be installed?
Generally, they call for a minimum of 24 to 36 inches.
Okay.
And they prefer the deeper if you can get it, if you don't have rock outcroppings or if you don't have other, and then keeping in mind that as you go further up in elevation, you might have to, there may be a design requirement for another booster to get it up to a different zone, because in water distribution, you're basically identifying zones, and you want to make certain that you get the pressure that you need up there, or else then you're gonna have some other issues.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do you have any reason to believe that this water system is not, I guess, installed to the depth that it should be installed?
My understanding from information that I've read, or my understanding is that there may, some of the installation may be compromised in the overall depth. Some of the lines may be at grade, which is basically near the surface or at above the surface for repair purposes to get water distribution. Well, that's just asking for problems. So I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen the overall line diagrams for the lines. But generally, for each of the new tracks that should have been installed, there's a typical cross section that goes from a 2-inch, increasing to a 4 or 6, or starting from a 12-inch or 8-inch overall main line with reducers down to 6. Most fire hydrants require a 6-inch line. So wherever there's any types of emergency equipment, that usually extends to a 6-inch and then converts to a 4-inch. And there's other distribution requirements. So it's there again, the water drawings that would have been required for the installation of the water distribution system, which should have been reviewed and approved by a regulatory agency, is what should have been followed. I'm not certain that that was the case.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I want to ask about is, I read as one of the risks of this system being potential contamination, just with the number of leaks and recurring leaks. Can you speak to that? I mean, we also heard that the water has been tested and it's been fine. But I guess I'm trying to figure out if there isn't a holistic repair of the system, as soon as possible, if we should be worried about contamination in the water.
That's a good question. I think the method by which districts and or even municipalities go through in the replacement or the repair of a water break, and it's going to happen. But one of the things that I've seen successful is what they call insertion valves. And what they are is that when there's a water break upstream to where the break is, because remember, a lot of the water systems are on loops. So if you have a water line running down one street, it'll connect to another line on an opposing street or the opposite side. And so what you do during a break is you define the area of the break, then you isolate that area, and then you can go in and repair the line. These insertion valves that I've seen used, they actually placed on the line that's broken, and then they're able to isolate just that portion of the line that's being damaged, so that you don't have to shut down a whole network or a whole loop, affecting other residents or businesses or other service locations. So as far as regarding the contamination, normally if there's sufficient pressure on the line itself, it'll keep pushing water out, and so the contamination, unless it's in an area where there's like a landfill or other debris that might adversely impact the water line, or further down to where the other line is broken and leading further down toward, and that line becomes vacant now because there's a break upstream, there may be that possibility. But my understanding is they try to address the breaks as soon as they can, and depending on the time of occurrence, they would have to jump on it as quickly as possible. But if they're coming up with tests for the typical contamination to determine if there's going to be contamination, and the tests are negative, then apparently they're doing a good job to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
So should the commission be concerned about the number of leaks that are being reported in context to the request that's being asked for here?
The level of the reported leaks is of concern. Yes, ma'am. I would think so. And I think the question though is, and I think one of the witnesses testified that they're developing a list of the breaks, and there's a pattern. And if they identify that those breaks are in a particular unit, tract, or zone, then that should be higher priority to replace that line from reach to reach. As far as the contamination, that would be, something that's always a concern. And I think that the New Mexico Department of Environment, but also probably want to be aware of that as well. You know, their drinking water, bureau, which I've talked to them a couple of times on different elements. They're concerned always about these things, and there's another area where, any plan moving forward, it would be benevolent to have the district copy the drinking water bureau, and so that way everyone's aware of their attempt to rectify these situations in the field, and then whatever assistance that we can provide, to help them meet that, intent. But as far as their staff in the field to prevent any contamination of the lines, they need to keep that front and center. Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Those were the questions that I had. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Sure, welcome.
Mr. Chair, do you have questions for Mr. Martinez?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Sorry for being late. I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing Mr. Martinez on my Zoom screen, so I'm assuming he's in the room.
He is in the room, sir. He's right across the way here. He's been sworn. The other commissioners have asked questions, and apparently we're suffering from a technical issue that's not picking him up right now.
Okay, so I'll just proceed then. Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Just wonder if you could summarize for me, your recommendation is to provide the interim relief that's requested. When I look at the standard for interim relief, what I see is that we need to see extraordinary facts of immediate and irreparable injury. So I was wondering if you could break that down for me and show me, or what you feel meets that standard of the immediate injury and the irreparable injury.
So in their presentation, I guess, and submittal, I don't believe that they described sufficiently the degree to which they have, I guess, their systems being challenged. Hearing through this course of the hearing, I'm understanding that a lot better, that their system is in definite disrepair. They're doing remedial work to follow up with breaks and so forth. And so that's, my understanding of what they're seeking. And one way to do it, of course, is to move forward with planned improvements along the particular lines that have the greatest difficulty for providing service.
Okay, so can you help just connect the dots for me? How do we get from a line break or a leak to immediate and irreparable injury?
So I guess here again, part of the current situation out there is they do have areas that have significant breaks or difficulty in distribution of lines based on the types of pipes or the types of improvements that are necessary. So once they identify or continue to identify those locations and then plan forward to replace those pipe sections or reaches that are having challenges in overall distribution, and they can do that almost immediately, and then continue with the larger plan to identify other areas that would meet the priorities to further improve the system and reduce any shortages or outages of the service. So it's all about what hasn't been occurred prior as a plan. I think they've been doing it basically as it arises, but the appropriate way to do it is identify the locations and then move forward with the plan. The plan is dynamic where it can change, but so that's what I would recommend moving forward.
Okay,
If I
thank you.
might, Mr. Chair, I don't believe you're answering the question, Mr. Martinez.
Okay.
Your testimony says that you cite the standard for interim relief. Okay, that's in the commission rule.
Number one,
You're looking at page 7
yes.
of your testimony. And as the chairman has said, the standard for the commission to grant interim relief is immediate and irreparable harm, correct? And the chairman has asked you, what do you believe, since you're recommending that the commission grant this relief, how do you believe, or what do you believe, what circumstances do you believe meet the standard?
Okay, so I understand. My belief then is that without the immediate relief, there could be subject to water disruption, water distribution disruptions. So that's what I believe the justification for moving forward with immediate relief is, that there would be discontinuation of water service to residents, and they would, without the improvements forthcoming planned, they would probably have other issues moving down the road with the system. And so it would be a domino effect unless they're able to move forward with immediate relief in a planned, budgeted way. And that's the intent on that.
But you understand from the testimony, don't you, that these line replacements and those kind of things, that's not what they're going to use this money that they're asking for now for. They're saying that they need this to operate, not that they need it to replace anything. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
What makes their circumstance now any different than their circumstance a year ago, or 5 years ago, or for that matter, 12 years ago when they came in for interim relief last time?
Well, I can't speak to what occurred in the past, but what I can say is that if they're moving forward, if they want immediate relief, they need immediate relief, and they reposition they position themselves to where resources, funding that becomes available to them, they redirect it toward improvements within the district. So I understand what they're intending to use some of their money for, but what I'm feeling though is that the resources that may be provided to them should be targeted toward some of the priorities for the line improvements for overall water distribution and service to their customers. That's what my testimony.
Do you, Mr. Chair, I think that's about as
Good if you're gonna get.
as much as I can clarify that your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I mean, just to share where I'm at, Mr. Martinez, I'm just trying to set in my own mind the range of what raises to that bar. I mean, I agree a disruption of service is bad. Is it immediate and irreparable is where I'm struggling. So
Well, and if I may, Madam Hearing Examiner and Commissioner Connell, just from some of the testimony that I've heard is that unless unless the district moves forward to actually begin improvements on some of these, the costs are increasing for some of the repairs. And so they really need to direct their resources available to making certain that the improvements are made on a planned, timely basis, and it needs to start like as soon as possible. Otherwise, they're going to have continuation of systems that could fail, and then somewhere along the line they may have to isolate areas that would prevent service to certain residence sections out there in Timberon. So it's if it's gone 50%, 70%, 80%, 85%, depending to 90% water loss, you're not only preventing water service to customers, you're utilizing natural resources and wasting natural resources, which is part of a system that it's not, I mean, it's unheard of. So that's the urgency that I can support.
Well, and I guess like the chairman, I'm just trying to figure out, and I know it's unclear, Mr. Martinez, at this point, since our financials, they're saying have to be amended. So we don't really know the revenue and the expense
Right.
category picture exactly, right? Correct?
I agree.
Okay, but if you just do some quick math and you come up with basically the majority of the increase, I think, is that that change in the customer charge, and you multiply that $15 or so times the customers that are paying, the 572 customers, right? I mean, that's a few $100,000, right?
Right.
Okay. Where do, if as the testimony says, they're only taking in around 40,000 a month, but they're spending 80,000. And their testimony is they need this to keep operating. Where do you think they're going to get the money to do the kind of planning, design, and infrastructure replacement that you're recommending?
I think that some of the, or one of the grants that was identified would be one source for funding. Here again, the revenue that's being generated for operations of the district is one element. What I'm speaking to is the types of resources that would be necessary to do actual improvements in the ground. As far as the acquiring the resources to do that work, you know, that's something that, you know, they need to go back and identify more correctly what their overall annual reporting is, what their resources are, what their revenues are, and then maybe be able to target it. I don't know if the entire funds that are going to be, that would be allocated to them by way of this increase, if the commission decides that for interim relief is going to be appropriate for the overall cost for the improvements, but it's something that would probably land toward meeting that intent of improvements in the future.
Okay, I still don't understand. I mean, if all they're trying to get is enough revenue to operate, I don't see where you think that if they get a couple $100,000, how they're going to be able to do your recommendations on planning, design, and actually accomplish infrastructure. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, that encapsulates where one question, and I'm asking myself, is what's the difference between interim relief and just a rate increase? So that's what I was asking about, Mr. Martinez, and I think I understand what you've said so far. So unless, you know, having heard what I'm trying to think about, unless you've got something else to offer to draw a bright line there, I think I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Aguilar?
So along the same lines, Mr. Martinez, I guess the question I would have is, as you sort of see this situation, is this water system heading toward a catastrophic failure, for example, right? We've seen more and more water loss. And would the ability to continue to repair the system little by little avoid catastrophic failure? Or is it heading in that direction either way? Whether you continue to repair, as you go or not?
Ongoing improvements would facilitate the overall supply of water to the customers. I don't believe that, or I do believe that there are ongoing repairs based on a break or a water line disruption is the appropriate way to go for the short term. But here again, is it a plan needs to be developed. They've started to identify the list of the areas where they're having more problems. And then while they're addressing the almost immediate or weekly or monthly repair locations, they can still in parallel or in tandem start running or developing a plan where they could address the overall workings. And with the help of a design consultant, an engineering firm, and even what we used to call job order contracting, is that you would be able to identify the improvements necessary, typical cross sections for the improvements, the construction costs, and then plan for remediation, replacement, or repair of those lines, before they even start to fail. So the resources available to them, really, that's an area where, however they can utilize the resources that become available to them. But I don't believe that in the immediate term, it's going to be a catastrophic failure because they're addressing them as they arise. I think some of the areas with some of the reservoirs, the tanks, and issues that they may have in the distribution system from the tanks down toward the overall lines out to the customers. If they keep monitoring them, and then even this summer take a good identify the locations and start to repair or replace in addition to the repairs that are ongoing. So I think they're trying to maintain stability in the overall distribution system, and they're probably doing a good job. I do believe that they're going to, if the breaks continue to occur, they'll be busy, but they also have to think longer term. Something that probably wasn't done prior doesn't mean they can't start moving forward.
Okay, so then would it be fair to say that in your opinion, continuing to repair the system as you go will avoid catastrophic failure until such time that they receive the grant that is large enough to be able to repair the system as a whole?
That would be my assessment, correct?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe that the commissioners have concluded their questions at this point. Mr. Albright, some cross-examination for Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have some questions for him. Mr. Martinez, my name is Jeff Albright. I'm with J. Albright Law, LLC, and I'm the attorney representing representing Timberon Water and Sanitation District in this proceeding. So I'd like to begin and first of all commend you on your educational background with the various master's degrees and so forth. While you were getting your three, it was about the same time I was getting my three, only mine was in electrical engineering. But I do have some questions that may be relevant here. When did you start working for the Public Regulation Commission?
October 2022.
October, okay. And you mentioned in your on page 2 with regard to your educational background that you have an MS in regional planning in 1994, and then an MS in civil engineering and engineering mechanics, and an MS in watershed management in 2013. Did those include any field studies in New Mexico, or were they mostly in Arizona? What did they consist of?
So the programs and the curriculum that I completed for each of those degrees were in the state of Arizona, at the University of Arizona. Field studies predominantly were not, I mean, any of the work that I did in the field may have been as required of a course, but most of the field work that I guess participated in was in as a civil engineer practicing in the field. I'm a licensed civil engineer in the state of Arizona, professional registered licensed civil engineer in the state of New Mexico and in the country of Saudi Arabia. So my field work has predominantly been as a portion of the practice of civil engineering that I've completed, not necessarily in the programs that I was involved in during the curriculum.
Okay. And in response to some questions that were asked by the commissioners and by Ms. Hurst, do you believe that a balance between operating and repairing the system and the replacement of the system, portions of the system that have been identified would be a viable option? In other words, to do it in tandem as much as possible?
So the continuous repair of any water lines that have been broken or found leaking would be beneficial to the customers to make sure the water service is provided, in addition to planning for future work would be also in the best interest of the district and the customers.
And I don't know if you've had experience working with Bohannon Houston. That's sort of where I was going previously, but is that kind of a plan or a project something that you think that they could, at least from a planning point of view, assist Timberon in moving forward?
Consulting organizations such as Bohannon Houston would definitely be able to move that forward. One of the items I probably didn't place on this is that I was a senior civil engineer project manager for Tucson Water Department, 2002 to 2005, where I designed and installed 36-inch diameter, 42-inch water transmission mains down to 8-inch distribution lines for tens of miles around southern Arizona. And we used to hire consultants to do the initial design work, follow through with construction documents, follow through with construction surveillance, follow through with construction inspections, and then they would get they would sign off on the approvals that the work was performed per their design. Bohannon Houston has the wherewithal, the capability to do the initial planning, design, and construction documents, construction surveillance, and then approvals of the construction, as would just about many civil engineering companies that are registered in the state of New Mexico. Yes, correct.
And you mentioned, I believe, that you've had discussions with Mr. Martinez as well, and you'd be amenable to visiting him and with at Timberon to get a sense for the on-the-ground system. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I've had discussions with Mr. Gonzalez.
Oh, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And primarily as in the preparation of his preliminary preparation of his annual report, but I offered then, and I be consistent with that, to meet out in the field and offer, any observations I can have or make. And then also it would be beneficial for me to have, copies of any as-built documents, any layouts of the subdivision areas, the tracks, the water lines that were proposed, cross sections of the water lines, and any other additional accessories or ancillary equipment materials that would be a portion of the water system. So correct, I wouldn't have any objection to meeting with the Timberon district representatives and their design consultants to help facilitate improvements.
And would you agree with the testimony that's been presented, at least at this hearing, that it seems like they are playing catch up right now with regard to the leaks and repairs as first priority, and less so on the build out or the replacement of certain sections of the system? Is that a fair assessment from your point of view?
Well, even on a small break, there takes a certain amount of planning, mobilizing equipment, materials, manpower, and so that is paramount. Parallel to that is another effort to plan for, based on their list of areas that are having breaks, would be to start to develop a plan or categorize and or list the next steps moving forward. So I'm certain they're doing their best with the resources that they have currently, but it should not take away from the effort to start planning moving forward with future improvements.
And with respect to changing subjects just a little bit, but obviously still related, you mentioned before the difference or the impact that the high altitude can play. So when you have the high altitude that Timberon lies at, and you only have roughly maybe 10% of the 120 some miles of paved road that's there, with regard to burying these things in roadways or other areas that aren't paved, how do you compensate for, how do you deal with the washouts, and how do you deal with those types of things that expose the lines?
Most water line distribution systems that are placed are in public rights of way or in easements for utility purposes, water easements. If they're placed in the public rights of way and there's not sufficient area outside of the roadway, many of the main lines are placed directly in the roadway, whether they're paved or dirt, earth or rock, and then noted locations for valve systems as they cross certain areas by easements or other. Then those improvements, they also need to be installed for the appropriate design requirements, code requirements, and per plan. The maintenance of those systems, either in paved roadways or dirt roadways or along easements crossing into other tracks, it's maintenance plan, at least to know where the locations of where these lines are, and then being able to identify if there's any breaks along those lines, and then follow up with the works. Being at the higher altitudes, there would be a little bit more effort to make certain that if there are breaks, that list the breaks, identify the breaks, repair the breaks, and then start to develop a plan to make an overall improvement for that reach or that line to have it provide service continuously.
And with respect to New Mexico, just a question with regard to private wells. Are you familiar with the domestic well provisions of the Office of the State Engineer with regard to individuals being allowed to have domestic wells on their property if they choose not to tap in or not to have access to the public systems?
I know there's an application process that the Office of State Engineer requires for anyone proposing to install or drill a well on a location or a site. I know there are acreage requirements, there's location requirements, and then there's a plan requirement that identifies the property, the potential well driller. There's a whole process that the Office of State Engineer requires that most people abide by, and if they don't, then they're in non-compliance, and there's other issues. So the Office of State Engineer has a substantial a requirement for drilling wells on private property, correct?
I agree with that. My specific question, though, is with regard to the domestic wells, since statutorily there's language that says they shall approve the domestic well. And I think the acre per foot was changed from 3 acre feet to 1
You
acre.
have a question, Mr. Albright?
I'm getting there. I was just laying the foundation, Madam Hearing Examiner. Are you familiar with the domestic well provisions or procedures?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay. And there would be nothing that would preclude individuals from drilling domestic wells if they chose to do that, correct?
My understanding is that an application still needs to be provided, documentation still needs to be provided to the Office of State Engineers.
Okay,
Primarily, and there's reasons for those, is that so that a domestic well isn't drilled in proximity to a septic system and or other area that might cause well water to be brought up or drilled that would cause health issues.
and I'd like to turn just to clarify a few things in your testimony as well, your rebuttal testimony. So in page, would you please turn to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony?
I am there, sir.
Okay, and reference is made to the 2015 TWS, I'm sorry, at line 11 through 13 with regard to the RCAC receiving a $320,000 pre-development loan for engineering work. I believe that has been resolved to reflect that it was actually a 2013 grant. Is that correct?
Well, the information that I provided in my testimony is based upon information that I received from the Timberon district prior to my testimony. If it's been corrected post my testimony, I'll go with the record.
Okay, and my understanding is that there was not that 2015 notice that was provided was simply notification of what had occurred.
You
in
have a
2000.
question, Mr. Albright? You can't testify.
Understand. I do have a question. Are you aware of the 2013 loan from RCAC that was referred to in the 2015 public notice from RCAC?
From, again, what I responded to in my testimony was information that was provided by the Timberon district. If there's been a correction, I'll go with the record.
Okay, I can accept that.
Thank you.
Would you turn to page 7, please?
I'm there.
Okay, and looking at the beginning at lines 15, from the testimony that you have heard during this proceeding, do you believe that the interim relief is still appropriate?
I would support the interim relief based upon the Timberon district providing a mechanism or a plan to, in addition to continuously preparing the breaks, but how they would move forward to do an overall improvement or overall improvements to their water distribution system. Yes, correct.
Okay, and with respect to, would you turn to page 8, please?
I'm there.
Two issues with regard to your testimony on page 8. With regard to filing quarterly updates, obviously those take considerable time, but would you be amenable to, say, a report every 6 months instead of every 4 months? Given construction schedules, delay with regard to materials, labor issues, all of those things that have been highlighted or at least mentioned during the course of this proceeding.
Well, I believe that once the plan is developed and, I guess sanctioned by or by Timberon, I don't believe that there would be any problem with providing quarterly reports. I think that it wouldn't be that difficult to provide an update, and it would set a good path forward for the Timberon representatives to keep it front and center, and something that the previous Timberon district may have not thought about. But I believe that the quarterly reports would be, I guess, doable. And if there's something that they can move forward with, beyond that, then we may consider that.
And what would the scope, can you elaborate on what the scope of that report would contain?
So back to the engineering report, and the work plan detailing how they propose to approach and rectify, the work that would be necessary. That would be an update to what is been planned, what has been initiated, and what has been completed. And that's what we would be expecting in a quarterly report.
And I assume that this would be after some kind of plan from Bohannon Houston. Is that correct? Or whoever they choose to draw up a construction plan or an engineering assessment.
That would be correct.
And do you have any idea how much an engineering assessment like that might cost, or what your experience has been with regard to what the dynamics of an area like Timberon with the system that they have, how much an engineering report like that might cost?
Sorry to interrupt you there. Generally, the process includes a scope of work being developed by a client or owner, in this case, the Timberon district, and then the scope of work being submitted to 2, maybe 3 engineering firms. And that would include the items that they're looking for. And then the engineering firms would provide their estimates for the reporting processes back to the client or owner, in this case, Timberon district. And then they would have a comparable or comparative evaluation of which one they wanted to move forward with. And in that estimate, or the addressing the scope of work requirements by the consulting firm, they would provide a cost based on preparation or review of existing conditions, review of what would be necessary to make improvements. And then they would have either hourly rates or an overall estimate for the reporting and for the client to review. So first thing to develop is a scope of work by the Timberon district, and then distribute that scope of work to consultants, then receive estimates for an evaluation.
And you're speaking of, I have been involved in RFPs for engineering constructions and water, for water companies. But you're talking about an RFP process here that would go out for bid rather than some kind of a sole source, correct?
Sole source operations are available. However, for this amount of work, or for this level of, or this scope of work, it may be best to at least identify the scope of work, distribute to consultants to get a feel for what the consultants might view as their reporting process and what they would be providing in the report back. It would be best to get it out to several consultants, because if you go sole source and you have a firm that is not I guess if there's no comparison, then you're relying on one firm's costs, and that may be greater than what may be necessary.
With regard to,
Experience.
excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry.
With regard to the scope of work and given the potential magnitude, do you believe that the scope of work could be done for some of the priority areas that are identified, or would it have to be an entire system wide?
Based on the list of immediate concerns or needs for replacement or repair of lines, and then on the list of areas that would need further review and evaluation, the scope of work can identify both and then sent out to the consultants. So it can be comprehensive, or it can be specific to an area that needs immediate or short-term replacement repair. And generally what I found is that, if I may continue, is that what I found for a complex this large or a district this large, you may initiate the zone or the area or the tract of the subdivision that has the most issues. And then once that's identified and moving forward with the replacement, then you can continue utilizing that same company and or seek new resources for review.
Anything further, Mr. Albright?
I'm checking my notes, Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'll just give me a moment. Well, Mr. Martinez, I believe that's all the questions I have for you right now. Thank you very much for your time, your insight, and your comments today, and look forward to you reaching out to the folks at Timberon to see if we can get you to visit that place.
Thank you, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Martinez. You've indicated that you're a PE in New Mexico, Arizona, and is that correct?
Professional consultant, correct.
Professional engineer, a licensed
Registered
professional.
professional engineer.
Okay, and you indicated that I don't see any work experience, but you, in the hearing here today, you've indicated that you were the project designer of the city of Tucson distribution project for water.
As a senior civil engineer / project manager for City of Tucson Water Department, correct.
Okay. What other kind of water related background do you have?
Okay.
Briefly.
I worked with design consultants for water distribution systems along the frontage roads of I-10 with Parsons, Brincroft, Quaid, and Douglas.
I'm sorry, along the frontage roads of I-10.
Yeah, I-10, frontage roads of I-10 in the city of Tucson for Parsons, Brincroft, Quaid, and Douglas, PBQ&D. I worked at the University of Arizona and installed water distribution systems in areas that were within the confines of the University of Arizona. And then I initiated the water distribution systems design and construction at the University of Arizona South and Sierra Vista, 2002 to 2022. Most of the design work that I've done has included water distribution systems all the way back to 1986 for the Apache subdivision, commercial subdivision. And then all the way continuing into, there's a lot. But
Okay, let's try to hone in. Have you ever done any water consulting or design work in New Mexico?
no,
Have you ever done any water design work? These sound like big projects.
correct.
Have you ever had any occasion to do any design or consulting work for small water projects?
Yes, I have. And the small, not the small, but it was a subdivision in Casa Grande, Arizona, that we developed a water distribution system, water being provided by the city of Casa Grande out to a subdivision that had 1,700 homes, and it started mainline, laterals, fire protection, out to commercial areas, and then predominantly residential areas, down to 3/4 inch water line services. Correct.
Have you had any experience or familiarity with working on or designing small water projects in rural areas?
My own, yes, I have. I have property in northern New Mexico that I've designed and installed water systems that were, 3/4 inch distribution lines. So,
But have you had actual, like for commercial application?
in New Mexico, no.
Okay. Have you had any experience or familiarity with a system like Timberon, where the water source is a combination of surface water and well water?
Correct. Yes, I have. And it was in southern Arizona where they were utilizing well water, and they were also utilizing reclaimed water systems that were treated water. So it was surface water that was treated for inclusion into distribution systems.
Do you think that the fact that that Timberon has a two different source water system poses any additional burdens or any potential problems that, say, a system that just utilized wells might have?
Not generally, because by the time that the source of the water to the treatment, to the storage tanks, above ground reservoirs, or the overall distribution system, no, the collection of the water source toward the storage tanks, whether it's predominantly or entirely by wells, or a hybrid, which is a combination of surface water and well water, by the time it gets to the treatment facility for storage for distribution, there should not be that much of the issues that they're having at Timberon. So upstream of the tanks for distribution, that's unique for Timberon, not unique in New Mexico or anywhere else, but for that particular location. But further on downstream is where they're having the problems, from the reservoirs through the pumping stations, through the distribution. And that's something that not the current Timberon's fault, if you will, but that's what they're dealing with right now. So.
And in preparation for your review of your testimony in testifying here today, did you go back and look at the history of Timberon?
Somewhat, as far as I could find information on it.
Okay, and you were here yesterday in the hearing room when I went through a brief case history.
Yes.
With on the record, correct? Had you looked at those cases?
I am familiar with those cases, and I've seen the language on some of those cases, but not entirely all of them.
Well, in your review, would it be correct to say that water leak, distribution, tank problems are not a new occurrence to Timberon?
I would agree with you, ma'am.
And in fact, pretty much since Timberon's predecessor got its CCN in 1983 as a developer instituted water service company, that there were problems with the distribution for the company?
From what I've heard and seen and read, I believe that they did have issues, and I understand that they were informed, and when they came to PRC previously, they were directed to correct or at least follow up with some of those concerns.
Did that happen?
I don't believe that it was entirely corrected. I think that they are attempting to try to, from what I've read and seen, is that they weren't as diligent as they should have been. And so therefore they continue to have problems.
There seems to be some references in prior orders to prior plans and studies that were alleged to have been procured by Timberon, weren't there?
From what I understand, that they did arrange to have engineering studies and or plans that would have facilitated the construction. I'm not too certain, what the current status of those plans or documents are.
And as a matter of fact, as was agreed to yesterday and made a formal requirement and bench request number 1, any engineering updates or plans are going to be provided by Timberon, correct?
Correct, and that would be encouraged prior to even going out there.
So from your planning knowledge and understanding, if a utility or a water and sanitation district such as Timberon had paid a couple $100,000 for some kind of plan or study previously, say 10 years ago, is it still usable
Absolutely,
now?
absolutely. That sets the foundation for what has been planned and or programmed and continued through the construction and installation, and also for maintenance and operation purposes.
So then, for example,
They should have those.
if Timberon has this plan that they've already paid for, and one of the conditions in your recommendation says they need to obtain these reports and plans, if they already have these things, is there a necessity that they get new ones?
So the updates to whatever they have currently in their stockpile or their inventory of plans and reports, that's standard procedure. If they have, and we call them as-builts, whatever was constructed and in operation, that's part of their planning process. Any new work that they may have, it would be relevant to the improvements that would be necessary for the failed line work or lines that are there now, and or tanks and or booster stations and or valve systems for overall distribution. So what they have currently, from what I understand, is the best foundation you could ever have on a subdivision development, in the planning process, in the overall construction and the turnover, because you're selling those lots. So that's the foundation. Anything that they're having issues with as far as some of the line work and tank work, reservoirs and such that they're having issues with, you develop a plan how you want to improve those. And you can make reference to the approved plan sets that are already in fact.
Okay, so if they already have this foundation to work from, what good is a foundation if you don't have the resources to build the rest of the house?
In this particular case, if they are able to identify the locations where some of these failed lines are having leaks and such, they can use that plan as the overall sort of grid to identify what they want to move forward with. As far as the resources go, if they're expending funds currently to repair spot locations, part of the planning process is to budget further into whatever they may have to improve and or continue with some of the spot improvements that they have currently.
But again, I think, Mr. Martinez, we get back to the same question of what makes today different than 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 15 years ago? And if they've had this plan, if such a plan does exist and it hasn't been acted upon, then what, what's the commission's position?
So in support of the current administration for the Timberon district, what has occurred or not occurred based upon the information that they had previously, it's come to light and obvious that they have not been following any plan for improvements. How they want to move forward and then, utilize the resources that may become available to them, that's something that would need to be tracked as we're moving forward. You're correct. What's happened in the past has not been beneficial to anyone, but maybe the individuals that were residing out there piecemeal, but they have not been following, they have not developed a plan.
Or whoever got the money
Um,
to do the consulting or the study or whatever, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it appears that grant money has been expended for pre-design and what other things, right?
Right. And I would speak mostly toward the potential improvements that could have occurred back then, which weren't, now have brought forward the problems that they're having currently. What we can move forward to the future is if they in fact have the layouts, the plans, the water alignments that someone indicated yesterday, they may have. And then if they want to move based on that, on how they can correct and or improve the lines for continuous service, there again, that's part of what our recommendation is.
Well, let me ask you about your first condition,
Okay.
because you have, in according to your testimony at page 7 and 8, you've got like 6 conditions to your agreement that interim rate
Sure.
relief should be granted, right? So that first condition is you think that they ought to have to pay a bond?
That's generally the process by where improvements are generated.
And so give me the details of this bond. How much do you think they should have to pay? Under what conditions and terms will this bond be held, and who will keep the bond?
In general practice, whenever improvements in land in general, but in improvements to utilities, if an estimate for improvements cost a certain amount, say 40,000, 50,000, 2 million, 3 million, they go with the percentage bond, so that way they make certain that as the improvements are moving forward, the customer or the client is in committal to make certain that those improvements are paid for. That's what the bond is generated. And it can be held by a bonding agency that would be involved in the overall construction efforts.
And so how much and under what authority is staff? What jurisdiction does the commission have to order this certain amount of bond, and how much is staff recommending?
And part of that leads to the other considerations is that once they develop a plan and an estimate for the improvements moving forward, that would be a consideration to ensure that the improvements are, once initiated, followed through. As far as the percentage of that could be worked out with that. As far as the jurisdiction of the PRC, here again, this is something that would ensure that the improvements would be completed, even if it's identified, for the smaller projects or the more immediate work. So here again, these are typical items that take place when you're doing improvements, land improvements, or in this case, utility improvements. As far as a bond holder, that would be a bonding agency, and it's in concert with construction.
And Mr. Martinez, have you had any experience with water and sanitation districts specifically?
Somewhat, yes, in southern Arizona.
have you had the opportunity to read the filings of Timberon Water and Sanitation District in this case?
Yes, I have.
And the claim that the Water and Sanitation District jurisdiction that the commission has is more limited than a water utility company that's regulated by the Public Regulation Commission?
I've read that, yes.
Okay, so I want to know specifically, I want to know what specific sections in the New Mexico statutes or the commission rules that you believe allow the commission to place the specific conditions that you are suggesting that the commission approve. Under what authority?
Well, I identified NMAC 1.2.2.27 parentheses E.
Right, that's the interim rate relief section for the
Right,
first
that's-
condition.
Second.
What about your conditions 2 through 6?
Okay, so with regard to providing information on wastewater and water operations, understanding that the PRC has limited jurisdiction on those, they're being asked, we're trying to basically assist them in moving forward, and that would be a recommendation or a condition, you know, to help them with their immediate situation.
Do you have any specific statutory or rule sections you can refer me to for the conditions that staff is requesting that the commission impose should interim rate relief be granted for your conditions 2 through 6?
The
Yes or no?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I believe that's all the questions that I had for you. Mr. Bagatko, any redirect of your witness?
Please.
Go ahead.
All right, if I sit up here.
Absolutely.
Mr. Martinez,
Mr. Becca,
is it fair to say that this case has moved at a somewhat fast pace?
relatively so, correct?
And is it true that since you filed your rebuttal testimony, additional information has come to light via supplemental testimony and things you've learned in this public hearing?
Quite a bit, sir.
Regarding your rebuttal testimony, I direct your attention to the exhibit you attached to it. It's marked as Staff Exhibit 1, and I'll represent that it consists of the Timberon Board of Directors resolution from March 3rd, 2023. Do you have that handy?
I have it in front of me. Thank you.
I would direct your attention to paragraph 3 of that document on the first page. Second line down. Do you see where they say that the water system is beginning to show signs of accelerated failure?
Correct.
And do you also see there in that paragraph where, as of March 3rd, 2023, they indicate they're sustaining 70% to 84% losses on the system?
Correct.
So taking those percentages and keeping them in mind, what sort of trajectory are we on then if their description of the water system as being under accelerated failure is true?
Well, I would respond in that if they're addressing every water break, water system as it arises, and then having issues by not correcting or repairing water breaks, that they would continue to have these problems.
And if the losses exceed what's stated on this document, for example, Mr. Harding stated 85%, if you recall.
I recall.
And and they can't keep up with it anymore, then what happens to a water system under those conditions?
Generally, they have to find different resources or some level of repair mechanism.
Well, let me put it this way. What's the terminal endpoint of a trajectory of accelerated failure?
The system will have to be turned off. The system would have to shut down.
Would it be, it would be in a state of failure?
Ultimately, if there is no water being provided to the customers and the water loss is significant, the pumps and so forth would cease to fail to operate.
That's a bad thing, right?
Correct.
You recall that on page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, you discussed there on lines 8 through 12, excuse me, the operative standard contained in the interim relief rule. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you indicate that it states, quote, such extraordinary facts of immediate and irreparable injury as would justify the commission's exercise of discretion by granting interim relief prior to a final decision. Did I recite that correctly?
Correct.
Your understanding of the interim relief rule is based on your research and your acquisition of a copy of the statute, correct?
Correct.
Now, in that rule,
Statute.
rule, interim relief rule, I misstated, it is not a statute. Does it appear that the extraordinary facts of immediate and irreparable injury have to be personal to the utility?
So personal to the utility being for that particular utility company,
Does it mean that by your reading of the statute,
the rules.
as you quoted in your rule, as you quoted in your rebuttal, does that standard appear to require that the utility suffer immediate and irreparable injury, or is it more generally stated?
It would be specific to that they would suffer irreparable damage if for that condition.
But did you not say in your rebuttal there on page 7, lines 15 through 18, and I'll read it, I believe from the perspective of a utility division staff member concerned with the safety and well-being of the public,
Mhm.
including the customers of TWSD. That's basically the preamble to your recommendation, is it
Correct.
not?
Correct. It makes it personal. Correct.
When you reviewed the rule and its standards applicable to interim relief, were you not thinking of the safety and well-being of the people that have to live in the Timberon neighborhood?
Is that a question, Mr.
No,
Bianco?
that is correct. Primarily because, like I've stated all along, is that the overall service, the overall provisions of water service to the customers is paramount. And therefore, the disruption on an interim basis is already a burden. So making certain that the provisions are allowed for Timberon district to continuously provide water service is extremely important. Anything less than that would impact the health and safety of the customer.
And what are some possible results of disrupted or discontinued water service to the safety of the people that consume that utility?
Well, for the purposes of overall, personal practices in the home as far as drinking water, water for cooking and then bathing, hygiene, and if there's any children in the location or if there's any seniors in the location or the residents, the water is necessary. The additional burden would be that they may have to seek out water from different resources, having bottled water brought in, bulk water brought in, and just additional situations that would be not consistent with the general livelihood of someone. So, and it could also affect the health and well-being of the residents if they have to go in those directions.
If there are
I'm sorry, if they have to what?
Or if there's any other health or safety issues that may go in the direction of not having sufficient water provided at the residence panel.
Could that possibly include elderly residents with medical issues?
That would include elderly residents with medical issues.
Do you recall the discussions about contamination in connection with line repairs?
I do.
If, God forbid, they do a line repair and there is a contamination, could that result in
Health issues.
irreparable injury to a consumer of that water?
It would if they didn't facilitate the proper mechanisms to repair it. And here again, from what I understand, they're doing their best to prevent contamination of the systems, but that occurrence is still available. Correct.
And although the data set that's been generated on the fly in this case hasn't been ideal, it is your intent and goal, is it not, to see to the health and safety of the consumers of that water via your conditions and recommendations in this case, is it not?
That is correct. That intent is paramount to the well-being of the residents. Water provisions is always a first priority.
And do you hope that Timberon, notwithstanding its particular history in this case, if it gets interim relief in this case, would turn a new page and perhaps shift from past patterns to new, more productive patterns?
From what I've heard testimony in the last 2 days, I firmly believe that the Timberon district will in fact reposition themselves to be more successful with their water system and then utilize the resources appropriately. Correct.
And part of your recommendations envision reporting, is that correct?
Correct.
And would that be a mechanism that would allow you to monitor their progress and to make sure that they are in compliance with your recommendations?
It would be beneficial to the Timberon district as well as to staff.
Right. Well, with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would conclude my
Testimony.
re-examination. Thank you.
Anything from the commissioners? Any further questions for Mr. Martinez? Let me get out of the screen share so I can see everyone. Okay, I'm not seeing anything.
I had just one other
Yes, sir.
question.
Commissioner Ellison.
Yes, Mr. Martinez, do you have any data as to the amount of water loss in the past at this utility? If we're at 80% of treated water today, how was the utility on this metric in the past?
I do not have specific data, or have I seen specific data that identifies the quantities of water loss. I think the way they described the water loss was that which was sent out toward distribution, and that versus the quantity that was recorded by metering processes. The delta, the change in that is what they report as percentage losses. But I have not seen any of that data, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellison, I seem to recall the testimony yesterday from Mr. Ellison only tracked back, I think, for a year or so. But there was an indication, I believe, that the water loss had increased from prior times.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Nothing from the commissioners. Mr. Albright, any recross based upon Mr. Bagacko's redirect?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't have any additional.
Very well. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Martinez, you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Let's go off the record here just a second. If the commissioners don't have, or Mr. Albright doesn't have a significant amount of questions, for the next witness, we have the option of either breaking for lunch or continuing. How are you, Melissa?
I actually have to stop for a few minutes. And
Okay.
get something done of urgency. I think I can be done in about 20 minutes.
Okay, is
But
that,
then I can get, as soon as I'm done, I can come back in if,
okay, is it acceptable then if we take a 30-minute lunch and then we come back? I do not have many questions myself for Ms. Dashino. So if that is okay with the commissioners, it is approximately 12:32. Is 1 o'clock enough time, Melissa?
yes, I should be
Okay.
able to get that done. Yeah.
Okay, why don't Commissioner Ellison, is that okay with you? 30 minutes and we'll come back at 1 and finish our hearing?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, all right, we're gonna recess then for 30 minutes and we'll come back. And I haven't seen the IT people, so remember the YouTube is on if you're gonna leave your computers on. Otherwise, I'll leave mine on and you can reconnect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wrong.
Okay, I can't hear you guys. Hello?
We're here. Elizabeth is on mute.
I can hear you.
All
Thank you.
right.
Thank you for your kindness. I'm so sorry. I'm not as fast as my able helpers that I miss greatly today.
Well, thanks go to everybody. And I think we can go ahead and resume from our brief lunch and recess. And I believe, Mr. Bagacko, you have another witness, sir.
I do have one more, Gabriella Dashino.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dashino. Melissa, would you please swear the witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bagacko. Sorry, I had to shut the door.
Ms. Dashino, you filed some testimony in this case, correct, on May 1st, 2023?
Yes, I did.
Your rebuttal testimony, it's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 2, and you do have a copy of that in front of you, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Would you take a moment and flip through that to make sure it's a complete and accurate copy of what you filed, caused to be filed in this case on May 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Dashino, I understand you just recently discovered one correction, and Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd warrant that I would file a corrected version, or excuse me, install a corrected version into Dropbox, and it consists of one correction, Ms. Dashno, on exhibit GSD 1, does it not?
Yes,
Would you tell us what it is that you would correct on that exhibit, please?
yes, there's an amount for the balance of the June 2022 for the USDA Rural Development number 802-01 loan, where I have 2,066,000. Should be 266,000 to match the loan itself.
So that is in the lower right-hand corner of the presentation there in GSD 1, correct?
Correct,
And you're just taking out
a zero.
a zero. All right, with that correction, Ms. Dashno, is your rebuttal testimony complete and accurate?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the same questions today at this public hearing as what we see posed in that rebuttal testimony, would those questions change, or would those answers change, or would they remain the same?
They would remain the same.
Thank you. With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for admission into the evidentiary record the rebuttal testimony of Gabriella Dashno, marked as Staff Exhibit 2.
True and correct to the best of your knowledge, Ms. Dashnu,
Yes, it is.
as corrected. Any objection to what's been identified as Ms. Dashnu's pre-filed testimony as corrected by her here today? Staff Exhibit 2. Hearing no objection. Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would tender Ms. Dashno for any examination, cross or otherwise. Thank you.
Very, very well. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions for Ms. Dashno?
I'd like to ask a couple of brief questions, please.
Okay, let me just ask Mr. Bagatko a question. Mr. Bagatko, there's a purported Staff Exhibit 3. Are you going to introduce that through this witness?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I totally forgot about it. Ms. Dashno, if I may,
Sir,
you have Staff Exhibit 3 in front of you.
I do have that.
I apologize for that omission. Ms. Dashno, can you tell us what Staff Exhibit 3 consists of?
It's the rates and of the customers of Timberon Sanitation District, and it's just a graph showing the subsidization of residential class of the larger classes, which is somewhat common with water, I suppose.
And the derivation of the information in this Staff Exhibit 3, I think you have a footnote that explains that. Would you read that and tell us how this came about?
Yes, I just took a table that was in the testimony of Mr. Gonzalez. I believe it was page 5. Sorry, my computer's still loading. Yes, pages 5 and 6.
And the purpose of this exhibit is just to illustrate
Just to illustrate what the rates look like right now and how the rate design is.
All right, thank you. And this is accurate and complete to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, Ms. Dashno?
Yes, it is.
All right, with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you for the reminder. I would move also for the admission of Staff Exhibit 3.
any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 3? Ms. Dashno's analysis of present and proposed bills. Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted. Commissioner Ellison, you have questions, sir?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Dashno, either Mr. Harding or Mr. Gonzalez made a statement to the effect that the monthly revenues from the water billing were around $40,000 and the monthly expenditures were around $80,000. Do you recall hearing something to that effect?
Yes, I did.
Do we have any data that would support that?
Not in their filings, here.
Because I believe the issue was that the reference was to recent data and the most recent filings were as of mid-2022. Is that correct?
Mid-20, we have their financial analysis, but I don't believe that's broken down monthly. It's annually.
Annually. Okay. But the annual results for, I guess, ending up in mid-2022 don't, lead you to believe that the gap between the revenues and expenditures are quite that large. Is that correct?
If you know.
I can say what I've looked at thus far. I've made some adjustments, just what I've seen and what I've heard through the hearing, and no, I don't believe that to be the gap.
Okay. In terms of accounts receivable, what were the accounts, I guess, receivable on the most recent financial statements that we have?
I see they're receiving money from water services and fees, trash.
Okay, reference the document, please, that you're
Okay,
referring
I'm sorry.
to.
If you look at page 7 of Timberon's management discussion and analysis, I'm sorry, let me get the exact exhibit.
It's Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8. So we're looking at State of New Mexico Timberon Water and Sanitation District Management's discussion and analysis.
Okay, do you think that exhibit 8 is more informative than their annual report in 11?
Well,
Is 8 what you
It's a
used?
summation, yes, of the revenues they've
Okay.
received.
All right, go ahead, exhibit 8 and what page?
7.
And Ms. Deschanel, if we look at page 9 of that same exhibit, accounts receivable, $46,000 net of allowance of $20,000. Does that mean that there's an accounts receivable of about $66,000 as of this statement?
Okay, give me 1 second.
I don't show that on page.
Right, I'm
Page 9.
Commissioner,
of
what's the
that
page
same-
number on the bottom of the page?
I'm looking at page 9.
Okay,
Of this State of New Mexico Timberon Water and Sanitation District Statement of Net Position, June 30th, 2022.
okay, and it's page 9 is the number on the bottom.
I've got the printed version and that's what I see.
Okay, current assets, capital assets.
Current assets, cash and cash equivalents, investments, inventory, accounts receivable is what I'm.
All right, sir,
okay, just
go
give me a
ahead. Are
second.
you there, Miss
I'm
Deschanel?
not there. My computer is not loading that exhibit.
Okay,
I had the paper
If
printed.
you could use my paper copy.
Sure.
all right,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, would you please re-ask your question?
Yes, I see the accounts receivable there is 46,000 and a net allowance of 20,000. Does that mean the actual number is 66,000?
I would presume so.
Okay. And so that means that they have billed but not collected for $66,000. Is that correct?
I would say they billed 66,000 and didn't collect the 20,000.
And didn't collect the 20,000 is your view.
Yes.
I guess I'm just wondering, do we have information on bad debt or
Yeah.
how much of this is old receivables that they're unlikely to collect?
Yes, we do, but it's in this report, actually.
Okay,
It'll take me a minute to look through the paper. It's actually page 8. Wait, I'm sorry, it's not page 8. I was looking at it.
It is on
There's a note
page
here.
11.
That makes sense. But there's actually some notes too about uncollectibles
Okay.
in this.
okay. I guess just what I'm getting at is, do we have a sense of whether they are disconnecting to enforce payment?
I did not do that analyzation, so
Okay.
I can't say.
That's fine. I really don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you get any information in the documentation that you received? Or as to bad debt expense or collection activity?
I did, and I was just looking at that earlier, so I'm just trying to see, it should be in all of these. Let's see. I'm trying, since I don't have this pulled up on my computer and it's easier to search by word. Uncollectible taxes.